Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Hello. Face is not reacting. Why is face not reacting? Wake up. Wake up. My face fell. Oh, there we go. I never know why it does that. I am having a problem right now. I have two sleepy kitties. Help. I'm stuck. What's with? Why is it just being? Why is it being weird? It feels random. What are you doing? What is with this? Okay, I'm gonna reset my face. Too close. There we go. What? It's like there's a delay. Yeah, there's a delay. Why is there a delay? Why are you being dumb? What is going on? Hello? Why is it why is it? Why? Why? What? Yeah, there's like a half a second delay. I don't understand why there's a delay at all. Oh, oh, oh. Everything's falling apart. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to have a bit of a delay with that. Then I'm gonna have to take a look at to see why is it being that way. Anyway. Yo! I have sleepy kitties on me. The missiles are EP. Poor kitties. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate. Can you get up, kitty? I need to work. I need to do stuff, kitty. Hershey's just looking at me like, no, you don't. You need a cuddle. That's what you need to do. You said yourself, you're tired. Well, I had the rest of my energy drink, so hopefully that'll kick in. So what should we do now? What should we do now, Hershey? Pretty boy. Yes, I'm such a sweet kitty. I get no lovings. I don't get any snacks. I get no wet food. I don't get 24/7 access to food. I don't get a big bed to lay in. I don't get a big belly to lay on. I'm so mistreated. I am so abused. So neglected. This is a terrible life for Kitty. It's horrible. I don't see how you live this kind of life. I'm a sweet boy, yes I am. I'm a sweet kitty. Mr. Old Man. You're not an old man, you're a baby. Just because you're 12 years old that just means you're a baby. All kitties are babies. They're always babies. They never get out of being babies. Well, I guess I'll just talk about some of the things I've done until the kitty decides to get off. Been working on the time-lapse videos. I'm turning them into shorts because more people see them that way. And, so I got done with the first one. I now have a bit of a format for them, so should be able to get the others done pretty quickly. I will have to work on those this weekend. But, yeah, what's next week's... The next week's list? We've got Harbor Masters, Captain Allison, we got Citros, Suzune, I'm guessing that's how it's pronounced, Flyercraft's Tagger, ATV 19's 18. How many was that? I already lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 5 is Ooze's Jeff. 6 is VR King 354's Judgment. 6 is Uwu's Devin Jones. 7 is in Genya Fanatics Britt Robotnik. So got some fun ones coming up next week. Can you get up, please, cat? I know Stitch is also laying here, but she's on the desk. I can just move her. But you're really comfy on me, and you're purring, which feels nice. Nope, he doesn't like it when I talk too much, and he's left. Oh, Stitches, your boyfriend's leaving. Go find him. Yep, and then she left. Okay. I don't know why Stitches loves Hershey, and Hershey just acts like a grumpy old man to her all the time. It's so funny. Alright, let's get this going. I hope next week is when I get my Moo Clover plushie. I'm very excited about that. I sound excited, don't I? As I am. Alright. So this one is going to be very much a just kind of make up the design, because this is the picture in the corner here is all I have to go off of. And the fact that the character's name is Doc, and with parentheses, Skinwalker version. He's not the real deal. That's all I have. So we're just gonna draw a Skinwalker with this face on it. Now I could go with making it Uh, what am I trying to think? Making the face here be like something drawn on a paper plate and then it's just held on by some string. Because that would be funny. But I think I'm gonna do it because Fee's the one that's gonna be funny in it. So I think I'm gonna just try to make it like part of its actual face. Oh my god. I'm looking at references and I see a picture of this one dog's face and Jesus. That's nightmare fuel. Alright. Ugh, I can't stop yawning. Help. So, how exactly do I want to go about this design? Do do do. Do do do. Horse. Okay. There was one design I saw that I really liked. Where was that? Yeah. Can't quite find it, but I found some others that I liked. Oh, my head's itchy. Ah, my head's itchy. Ah. Okay.
empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Oh no,
I've always liked this idea of um, something having a face like on top of its head or something as a guise, essentially.
you take the lie with you and you go. You're not coming knocking on my door now. I try to lie,
Whenever I've seen a bunch of designs like that, I was like, ooh,
nothing feels the
I like
same
that.
anymore. I've seen this all before. Why didn't I do more? Now I'm picking up the pieces from the floor. How could we just ignore our problems? Now they pour out, filling up the room with silence. Can you be my nightlight? And I'll be your superhero. Superhero. Can I be your superhero? I'm sorry if it's taken me a while. I'm
Ooh.
I'm usually not the one to try to swallow my pride. Oh my, oh, what you doing to me? Ice cold veins when you cut me deep, I'll bleed out. I feel like I'm losing it. Oh, why is it so hard for me to breathe now? Can you be my nightlight? And I'll be your superhero. Superhero. Can I be your superhero? I'm sorry if it's taking me a while. I'm trying to figure out who I am. City lights are keeping me up at night, so I don't even bother going to bed. I'm tired of wasting away my time. I would give up everything to be near you. Oh, I miss the days when you were mine, but I can be your superhero.
What you doing, Stitches?
Suck me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
I want to show off the hands. Should probably put them on a separate pair so I can position them better. Oh, I know what I can do. Cat, I swear to God, why do you have such a fascination with my keyboard? It's not even like a passive one where you want to look at it. You want to just lay on it. It's not even warm. Why are you the way that you are? A pain in the butt. Ah, crap. Be cool if I could do stuff on the correct layer, but we're not that kind of artist, are we? No, we're not. No, we are not. Just gonna get rid of that. We don't need that.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight.
Want to give it more of a silhouette, more of an interesting silhouette.
Dynamite, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Let me take my jacket off. I don't know why the temperature has been in the 50s at least. But for some reason, it's felt colder than if it was in the 30s. And I hate it. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Raid! Over on Rumble. Thanks for the raid. Kind of wish I had some kind of notification thing set up for that, but I keep forgetting to do that. Thank you, Alistor, for that. How was your stream? How did things go? What did you do? What's your social security? I am doing a challenge I came up with that's not original at all, called Ink a Day of May, where I draw people's characters every day throughout May. And this year, I started last year, and this year I decided to also have it where they were interacting with my OC Major Fee. And yeah, we're on day 7, and I am tired. That pretty much sums it up. So yeah, how are things? What be going? I'm just gonna go ahead and erase this here for now. And then we'll figure it out what to do with that later. I'm gonna do something crazy here. Because I'm very crazy. I'm going to draw a bunch of hands. Because I am insane. Are there going to be janky hands? Of course. Why would I want to draw normal hands? That's boring. I've been drawing normal hands for a week now. Cat, get off the keyboard! Oh my god! Stop laying on the keyboard! Ah! This cat's going to be the end of me. Ooh. Some friend of mine just sent me some pictures of, they went to an Indian restaurant, and it looks good. And yeah, hello! How was your stream? Cat, you need to lay somewhere else. You're being a pain in the butt. And she goes right back to laying down. You're such a brat. Oh my god. Can I just click on... No, I can't. So what went on with your stream? Anything exciting? Oh, Eepy Kitty. Eepy Kitty's so eepy. She hasn't done a damn thing all day, poor Eepy Kitty. Do like those siren emotes. Very eye-catching. I'm just making this up as I go along. I was going off of some references, but then mostly just been going, oh, what if I did this? Oh, what about this? And I haven't really been looking at the references. Well, not references, more like inspirations. Because the only reference I have for this OC is that face. So, that's what this face is. But he said he's a skinwalker, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to make a horrifying monster. Because I haven't made one of those in a long time. Wrong thing. There we go. Yeah, it's picking up. trying to decide if I really want, if I want to do like harsh shadows type of thing to make this look more dramatic. So, and by that I mean like just using blacks instead of a lower opacity color. Dispersions. I want to check this one. Well, why not if I wasn't an idiot? So, we know that won't work. There we go. I could just do that for the shadows of other pieces, not this one, but... yeah, because... like the legs here are going to be essentially just silhouettes. Gonna clean up the sketch a bit more. Whew. Upaido. Da ba da ba da. Oh, is my voice disturbing your sleep, kitty? I'm sorry. Ooh.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we
We're gonna add some details when I do the inking part. Don't feel like doing that with the sketching part, especially with this brush. I'm really liking this sketch, just like the way it's turning out. Like with shading and everything. I'll be right back. All right. My brother called. He's a truck driver. And he's not having the best week. Of course, neither am I, so whatever. But yeah, there's a chance he's not going to be able to make it home this weekend, which kind of sucks. But it happens from time to time. Hello, Basil. Basil. How was you? Have you done any more work on that one B fan art? I'm not trying to be demanding, but you need to get that done. Because I've literally been sitting here for months going, I want it done. I'm working on it. I'm just being hit with back-to-back full shifts out work lately, so I've been having to get actual sleep instead of drawing at night like I usually do. Just quit your job. It's not worth it. Clearly, it's not worth it.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
Cat, stop laying on the keyboard! Oh my god! Get behind... Just get behind the tablet. I swear to God. You're lucky you're cute. Don't look at me like that. It's so she just looks really... Fine, I just won't look at you at all. Ah, calicos. Don't you do it! All I have left to do is rendering the heart and hand thing. And that godforsaken chrysanthemum. Yeah. That flower is gonna be the death of me. I don't know how anyone manages to draw those things. Yeah. When I did the flower and for the novella, I was trying to look up a bunch of different flowers that, like, were kind of similar to what I described. And then I was like, okay, I don't know how to draw a flower. My brain's not wanting to do it properly. We're just good. We're just fucking, we're balling. And then I kind of just made it up. I'm liking this so far. I haven't drawn a monster in forever. Flowers are hard, not gonna lie. I can only really handle them if I have a reference directly in front of me the whole time. Yeah, I feel that. are looking great, by the way. Thank you. I find it funny that I'm drawing this, and this is the reference, the only reference I have for the character. But he said it's a skinwalker, and so I was like, I'm just gonna make a monster. With some references to folklore skinwalkers. And then it's kind of just turned into this thing. I love taking simplistic things like that and making monsters out of them. I just love making monsters. Monsters are so much fun. And since my, like, not really my background, but one of the things I thrive most in is horror stuff, and specifically monster designs. This has been a long time coming. I posted in the Discord a rough draft of something that I'm going to try to start working on more, which is essentially an analog horror book. So I threw in something I wrote last night into the Discord. It's in the Literatum channel. That channel's for anybody to post any of their writing stuff if they want to. I have set up as threads just to make it more organized and easier for people to catch things in conversations and stuff like that. I was originally going to draw some kind of found footage horror thing for my feet art, but I changed my mind after reading the novella. I mean, you could always do that still. I won't be too upset if you made two things of Fee. I'll try to control my anger about that. Because a lot of times I'll be like, no! No more fan art! I don't want more fan art! What makes you think I would want more? Ah! Disgusting! Blech! I can't even do that with a straight face. It would be the third art I make of her. I still have that unfinished one where she's hanging out with my OC, which I will resume working on after this one. Then finish! Got shit to do. Be right back. Okay.
Thank God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for critic, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business is humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have him yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. I'm going mainstream.
I return. Welcome back. Ooh.
Empty hearts and neon lights. The playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here.
Hello, cheese. I like cheese.
Run off and fly.
How was you?
And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh.
I am doing a thing that I came up with that's completely 100% original, nothing personnel, kid. Called Ink a Day of May, where I do inkings of all sorts of characters. They are people's OCs or personas, and this is the second year I'm doing this. This year I'm doing it where people's characters are interacting with my character Major Fee, that I kind of like a little bit. Not a lot of people know this, but I like her just a little bit. And today we are doing a character named Doc, who is a skinwalker. So this is what I've drawn so far of the character. This up here in the corner is the only reference I have for the characters. So I think I'm getting pretty close to the likeness. But yeah, I'm streaming every single one of these inks. What's the slideshow in the upper right corner are the ones I've done so far. And yeah, I've streamed every single one of them. I've made a playlist over on I made a playlist on YouTube for these streams in particular. They do kind of range from being about 2.5 hours to almost 6 hours. That's how long it's been taking me to do these drawings. I should practice hand drawing some more. Yeah, I did. I tried to avoid drawing hands for a long time, and then I decided that I was going to draw hands a lot more because I came up with... Because I had to do the artwork for a book that I was working on, and in the book there's an interdimensional race of beings that have messed up hands, and so then I had to draw lots of hands. Oh, I'm dying, Squirtle. Let's see. Where you at? No. In here? Yeah. So I did draw this. Kind of like how it turned out. I don't like his hand. I screwed up on his hand, but it was pretty much the best I could do at the time. I feel like in the last year was when it's really clicked on for me on how to draw hands in all sorts of different poses and angles and stuff. But I will always draw messed up hands because I enjoy drawing those. One of the reasons why I really like drawing monsters is because you don't have to follow proper anatomy to make them. But I've known how to draw hands for a long time. It's just like you gotta get practice in order for it to be kind of muscle memory. Or at least to get your style down of it. Which I think is what I mainly did. Oh my god, we've been going for 2 hours and I'm still sketching. I didn't realize I've been going this slow.
Hey, what's been going on with everybody? I'm gonna have a hard time keeping conversation going because I am trying to get this done within 6 hours. So a lot of my focus is trying to get it done more than it is trying to think of words.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a roll. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the Savannah. I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. The beauty of the world, Savannah. Let's all take a whirl. Savannah, I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone, Savannah. Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Hey, Lucia. How was you? I'm very excited for part 2 of that drawing. Part 2 soon. Woo! So excited.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby,
I have to be honest, I've been really struggling with these Inca days. Just because it's not been going how I was expecting it, based on the feedback of when the submissions were put up. So seeing the fan art and stuff of Fee has really kind of invigorated me a lot. So I really, really appreciate it when you guys make up a Fee. It makes me feel real good that people like her. Because I've been doing this for a long time. So this is the first time I've gotten any kind of actual feedback on a character, really. It's just nice. Matt got called away to do something. Apologies. How dare? How dare?
I don't know if I can forgive that.
I'm personally disgusted. And you made Fee cry. How could you?
That's not what I want. That's what I want.
Do I like sketching or line art more? Line art. 100%.
Main reason why I decided to do this Inca Day of May thing is because I love doing line art. It's my favorite part of drawing. What's your favorite part? Trying to think of what Dee would say in this moment. Nothing's really coming to mind, so we shall do that later. Also, this weekend should be expecting the time lapses of this past week's inks. So look out for that. I heard a thing where someone was talking about something that annoys them, and it kind of annoys me when I hear it too. Is like when you're sketching, don't be doing the like line thing. You need to have confidence with your lines, and that's the whole point of sketching, is that you're essentially exploring, which is what the one guy was pointing out, that he likes to treat sketching like exploring. That's why you do all the lines, to get a feel of where's the line gonna go. And I very much agree with that. Now, when you're inking, unless you're doing a dirty style, you definitely want to have more confidence in your lines. Which is why whenever I do inking, I have a lot of stabilization, because I have problems with my arms where I'll do like massive twitches and stuff. And I have shaky hands anyway, so it can be rough. But that's why I also will go slow with my lines like this, even when it's stabilized. Because I want to make sure that the lines are getting treated the way they should be. Yeah, I do wonder what Doc's reaction will be to this, because I don't think he actually has a idea of what Doc looks like. I never understood that you can't have a messy sketch argument, because that's the point of a sketch. Yeah, I feel like like my sketches are an in-between. They're like, they can be messy and they can be pretty clean, like at the same time, a lot of times. I don't know. I would have to get more of a consensus from people based on these inks. I'm doing the I'm doing the alias round brush for this, because I like the texture that it gives for a piece like this. friend of mine just sent me a message about something. About a game. Oof. Hold on, let me... Let's go. Aneurysm. Add that to my wish list. Looks like fun. I usually make my sketch into the line art since my style is generally messy and I already use a texture brush I enjoy. Yeah, that makes no sense. Like, you can clean it up afterwards, sure, but the initial stuff is going to be messy no matter what. Yeah, I feel like a lot of artists are, or people, a lot of artists who say that, I want to give them the benefit of down there talking about inking and line art, but they're not saying that, which is the problem. True, I only really do that when I'm drawing on paper with a pencil. But even then, sometimes I decide to ink it and erase the pencil afterward. That's how a lot of inking is done traditionally. So I get that. Yeah, I don't understand some people's arguments. Sometimes. It's like, did you think about this, or were you told about it and then you decided to just go with that? Cat! Oh my god! Get up! Get up! What? Oh my god! Laying on the keyboard's not enough. You have to push it off the desk. Where are you going? Sit back up. Don't hide behind the tablet. I can see your foot. I can see you kicking your foot. You little shit. I swear to God. This cat's gonna give me a stroke. Calicos, I swear. That's why I love them. Your underwear? Ooh. My God, Cat, what is your deal? You just jumped up, smacked her head on the back of my tablet. Are you okay? No, she's just walking away like nothing happened. Oh my God. Why do I have stupid cats? How are we feeling about this so far? So kawaii. That's exactly what I'm going for. I feel like this is gonna be the cutest one I make all month. Working on my art while watching. I've got a split screen thing going. That's why I'm so glad I have a drawing tablet that's also a monitor. I did have to spend a little time without that, and I was like, man, I forgot how great it is to be able to actually have just two screens. Ooh. I really need to start organizing my layers more. I have 48 right now, and none of them, aside from the initial sketch layer, are fully designated for any particular thing. Yeah, that's how I roll. But I also can see what they are here. One of my friends told me my layers scare him. I don't even name them. I rarely name mine. Sometimes I do get confused on what I'm looking at, but I know what I'm doing. Allegedly. Nope, that's not what I want. There we go. Just counted 13 of those layers are clipping layers. You know my one piece that is that painting of the Nergigante and the one dragon from Elden Ring and the Titan from Destiny 2. You want to talk about layers? That one has the only things that are labeled are the folders, of which there are like 37. And then there are at least 3 layers in each folder. But on average, I think it's 20 layers in each folder on average. So there are close to a lot of layers that don't have any names. Is it a good idea to do it like that? Probably not. Is that how I did it? Yep. Because I'm crazy. I think my highest layer count is only about 60 to 70, and that was a 9-hour piece I made for someone's JJBA fanfic on AO3. Yeah, that's a bit disorganized, I would say. Just a little bit. 2 layers max, a dream. If I mess up, I mess up. Yeah, I've done pieces that were just 1 layer. That was a challenge. Not a big fan, I have to say. I did a 1 layer piece on pixel art last year, not including the background though. Most of my lasso art is done without any planning and 1 layer. More fun, to be honest. Yeah, I can see how that's more fun. It's more adventurous and exciting. The submatter was completely done on a single layer, not even any clipping layers added or anything. Let's take a look at this. What madness are you sharing? Oh my god. Yeah, one, that's really cool. I really like that. 2, I can see how you were able to do that on 1 layer. And I can also see that being a crying moment, to say the least. I think my first my first few pixel art pieces were all done on 1 layer because I wasn't sure exactly how to do my normal process on Sprite. I don't use clipping layers because I'm a caveman. I cannot survive without them. It was a tremendous amount of willpower to not add any on that piece. I can imagine. I'm glad pixel art added a stabilizer function finally. Oh, yeah. Loki's saying I did 1 PA piece and called it a day since the layout was making me mad. Yeah, that's why I don't do a whole lot with the pixel arts program. I'm not a fan of the way it's set up. I prefer Sprite if I'm going to do anything pixel art related. I force myself to lock in with pixel art. And nearly every single one of my pieces on there has been done with a laptop trackpad. Blech! Blech! Why? Why would... No. 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 Get some help. Stop it. Get some help. Just no. 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 I rebuke you. Well, I started drawing when I was still in grade school, and, you know, they got the laptops. Me, when I draw during class instead of paying attention. But yeah, now I have the wondrous skill of drawing a decent curve using the worst input method. Ah. Couldn't be me. I'm spoiled. What was it? For a year, I used a drawing pad. And then I graduated up to a drawing Cintiq. And I never looked back. And now I'm spoiled. The little time I broke my Apple Pencil, I went genuinely insane. I made that drawing with my fingers alone. I know someone who does their art with their fingers because they do their art on their phone. Yeah, I didn't grow up with digital art. It wasn't until I was in college that I actually experienced digital art for the first time. Whoops. Yeah, I like instantly jumped onto digital once I discovered it. Like, I just loved it way more. Like, my brain clicks with it a lot better than with traditional art. Yeah, whenever I do traditional, it's almost exclusively pencil. I got everything set up, not set up, but I got everything, all the equipment and everything that I need to do traditional painting streams. I just need to get a good setup in my office to be able to do that. When I changed to digital, my art style changed from really cutesy to what it is now. I can't really imagine you doing something cutesy now. Making cute art is genuinely the pain of my existence. Oh, you really turned to the dark side. Okay. Like full blown. Okay, I get it. The only quote unquote cute art I've ever made recently was one I posted on PA of Isodel and Callus. Not in this house.
I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies.
I managed to do both quite nicely.
Let us
I feel like I can do cutesy and stuff. I've done cutesy stuff with Fee. I mean, what I consider to be cutesy, which could probably not be accurate. But Fee's adorable. How can I not make something cutesy with her? I don't think there even is a way to make my OCs cute. Oh, I bet I could come up with something. Nobody is allowed to look cute. No! No cute! Duality of my ass? What the hell is this? That is adorable. Very funny. I feel like this is a cute piece of Fee. With her giant tub of Suda. I still find it hilariously stupid. I saw that earlier and felt so maternal. So, it's like like in the early days of Fee, and I mean like almost literally days, probably a couple weeks into Fee being a thing. Somebody asked how she consumes things, and so then I made something where she was drinking something that like she really likes, and I was trying to think of a name for the drink, but I'm not all that smart, so my brain just kept on saying Suda. That's clever. It's like, no, it's not. It's like, well, you figure it out. It's like, well, I can't. Well, then we're going with Suda. So yeah, basically soda, but with a U. Suda is a peak name for a drink, my man. Hi, Larry. Yeah, so I don't know why. I'll just come up with something stupid, or it'll just appear, and I'm like, well, I guess that's an official thing. So with Suda, it was like, well, what is Suda? Well, I'm not going to have it just be like soda. So Suda has become a thing where it's an extremely lethal drink. Um, it has so much caffeine, so much sugar, and so many chemicals in it that it will kill most people if you have like a cup of it. But Fee, the way that her biology works is that it's one of the few things that she gets like an energy drink feel from it, and she became addicted to it. And she loves the taste, which the taste is death, basically. Is this the equivalent of like seeing those old branded energy drinks? Like the Sour Warheads soda. Way more, because I was in high school, middle school when energy drinks were taking off. Back when they were putting literal meth in that stuff. Toxic waste candy, but as a drink, pretty much. But yeah, that's why I made this one piece where Fee was told to wear a stockpile. Well, she wasn't told. She just happened to hear someone talking about a stockpile of Suda. And she did a Squidward and consumed all of it at once. I find this piece to be very funny. Oh my god, the spiky hair. Even her hair is all wired. I was very amused with myself with this one. I'm actually proud of this Fee art. I have literally never tried to draw like manual digital brush strokes before. I think it looks good. Might actually post it tonight if I forego the I mean, whatever you want to do. For the whip that I saw, I'm just like, I want it now. It's been months. I felt like you were trying to kill me. Oh my god, I still have so much left to draw of this. God! I'm gonna die. Why is this not done yet? Somebody finish this for me. Yeah, I try to be real good and not look at that video you posted of your workspace. And so for like over a month, I didn't look at it. Trying to be good. Trying to be a good little boy. But then like literally couldn't even see anything from you for that long. And I'm just like, did they die? Oh no. What about the thing? Oh no. Well fine, I'm gonna look at it. And then I looked at it and I was like, ah! Finish it! I'm very normal when it comes to fan art of Fee. Or fan art in general. The yelling cut. Yeah. I'm so very normal. I kind of explode whenever someone draws one of my guys. Of which I have over 250. I can't stop making OCs. I had that problem for a while. I had so many OCs. And I was doing nothing with them. And then I kind of stopped making OCs for a long while. But I think that was mainly because I was sick and tired of my lot in life when it came to my art career. And it's still not in the best shape. Like, I've been doing... I've been making content online for nearly 20 years now. And, yeah, pixel art is the highest following I have anywhere. Not including the subscriber count on YouTube, because that was because I did voice videos of Five Nights at Freddy's characters. And that didn't last very long. Now making a big-ass webcomic, and I'm attempting to use as many of my OCs as I can. Good luck with that! A lot of them are just a face and a name, though, so that works for background characters. I generally don't post a lot, but I've gotten the occasional commission. I don't get that many commissions, really. Well, the way I go about it for me, of course, my prices, I try to have it to where I can be affordable. That's why I also provide payment options. But for me, it's like with my paintings. How much money am I willing to be paid for the amount of effort and time it takes to do a painting? Because the way I do my prices is that I have a baseline and then of like, hey, this is the starting point of the price for a painting. It will go up. This is just for me to get started painting. And so, yeah, then I was like, okay, this is how much I wanted to start at. And yeah, and then like I have a whole calculator in Excel that actually makes the prices for me for my commissions. Oh, I got distracted. Hold on. I have absolutely terrible time management, not gonna lie, so I think it should only be based off the complexity of what they want. Well, yeah, it should be how much you think it's worth the effort, more than anything. Um, so like with my pieces, I feel like the effort to put into, say, a simplified render, which is essentially a cell shape piece. I also want to make it enough to where like I'm not like starving myself essentially from it. But like a simplified render starts at $75 for me. And then I have lots of different things where I just put in like a number and it automatically calculates a whole bunch of stuff. But so typically a simplified render for me is about $100 or more. And a render like that can take me 2 to 6 hours. Something like that. Depending on how much detail I'm wanting to do with it. This anti-aliasing is going to kill me. Why is the anti-aliasing gonna kill you? Isn't it an automatic thing? I want the flowers to blend nicely into the background. So I need to AA around the edges. Yeah, it would probably have been best if you used a soft brush or do the most anti-aliased version of the regular pen brush. Normally I would use a soft brush, but I wanted to keep a fully palette compliant, so there is absolutely no translucency or gradients or high quality anti-aliasing. Doing everything by hand, which is why those pixel brushes, they made work so well with this. Okay then. As long as there's a madness to the method, then that's fine. If it works, it works. Yep. Oh. Interesting. I used to make a lot of brushes when I used Adobe Photoshop. That was way back in the day. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that? Oh, there you go. It's already there. Aha. I made one brush in Ibis and I haven't recovered. The only one I use. Yeah. Ooh.
It's almost done. The self-imposed nightmare will be done soon.
We are forever learning, one step at a time. As long as the world is turning, I'll be by your side. We'll keep the fire burning, I'll never see you hurt. You know I can't explain it in a way of words. We both know that you'll understand, and you'll see if you take my hand, and I'll go out of my own way for you. I'll go out of my own way. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground.
What shall I work on? I might have a suggestion.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky.
What is that suggestion? Oh, just, you know, something major fee. You should draw major fee. Just an idea, but maybe major fee. Okay, I see what you're talking about with the anti-aliasing thing. Something fee related. Just a suggestion. Like, I know it's a surprise for that to come from me, but you know.
Jack it up.
Guess I'll see what I can do. I mean, if you insist.
Jack it up.
They call me the tireder. I got 1 hours of sleep last night. Oof. Yeah, that's pretty much how I am. But it's not by choice. I have fibromyalgia, so I wake up a lot from pain. Oof, I really need to get this done. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Now I am shown again. I am once again shown the importance of organized layers. There is a single unwanted pixel that I now have to sort through 50 layers to find. Where is it? So I can erase it. Ooh. Oh, I felt that. That's like the worst. Or I could be stubborn and go to the topmost layer list and color over it with the surrounding color. It will be like it was never there. Probably a bad idea, but I don't know if I want to go through the effort of searching. This is why my layers scare me. Yeah. I mean, it's understandable. Me and my one layer against the world.
2 more things, and then we'll be done with this.
Now. War is over for now. Evil plant that I don't want to render.
Such a small thing, but it means so much.
It's saying swears at me.
Ugh. Boy, do I know how that feels.
Dude, I need to learn lighting techniques from you. How the hell do you do that so well? Lots of experimenting, really. I looked at how light works. A lot. And then kind of just went from there. I hate practicing and experimenting. Well, I do it in a way that's fun, so every single time I work on a piece, I do a little bit of an experiment to be like, okay, I wonder... Looked at a couple things, and then I was like, okay, how about I do this, see how this goes. Apple Pencil died. Guess I can't draw that fee art. I think you need to reevaluate your priorities. Okay. Well, I don't look... Okay, that's not true. I do look at a lot of tutorials, but I tend to look at... I look at like how someone drew something, or I just look at an image and I'll go, okay, I like the way that looks. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to do that. And then I'd figure out something that I like, and then I'm like, okay, well, we're going to do that now. Yeah, see, I wouldn't do that. I would at least look up like how to draw gemstones first, or at least have a reference of a gemstone, and then just try to figure it out from there. Because like I've done plenty of pieces where I've never drawn something before, and as long as I like look up a reference, then I'm able to pretty much draw it pretty well, I would say. Okay, now I gotta think of what Fee would say in this situation.
I wonder why there's so many pieces that are unfinished. 'Tis a mystery. There we go. You would not believe how many whips I have in my Ibis Paint, pixel art, and IRL. Time to save this. First, I need to fix something. There we go. Now we save it. Why are Necru orange? Necru come in a variety of colors. The most common ones tend to range between yellow, like a muted yellow, to like a rusty red. That tends to be their skin tone range. There are really rare Necru who are outside that range. Fee her skin actually used to be more yellow, like the muted yellow. It was kind of like an orangish yellow, pretty much. But one of the weird things with her immortality is that sometimes she gets scars and her skin just developed into what it is now, more of a greenish zombie color. Ketchup mustard people, pretty much. There have been Necru who have had green skin. There have been Necru who have had blue skin, purple skin. Like, there's been 6 quadrillion Necru in their history. So they've had the entire rainbow at points. Skittle people. There is one Extamorti who it has one of those rare skin types. She has a unique skin type. Her skin is black that shimmers green. There are others who have a shimmer to their skin, but none of them are black that shimmer green. And yeah, her name is Jashane. If you would recognize that name from the short story and the novella. She's gonna play a much bigger role in the current installment I'm working on. But yeah, there's no racism, but there's extreme xenophobia. I actually have a concept sketch of Jashane. But yeah, here's a concept art of Jashane. I'm still working on the design, but this is a first idea I had for her. She's a unique build as well. She's extremely lanky. Beanpole. Yeah, she's extremely lanky. And very tall. She is one of the tallest Extamorti. I think I have it where she is 13 and a half feet tall. Or she's 12 and a half feet tall. One of those. Girl, why you so legs? Basketball player proportions. She fell into a taffy polar machine and never recovered. But yeah, she is one of the most famous Extamorti, and within the council, she is one of the most powerful when it comes to influence. And she's essentially the main antagonist to Fee for a while. Literally got the stretch tool used on her ass. And then I also made I worked on a concept piece for Hokane, who the guy that's in the short story. He's going to be in the new installment.
And I really like the way that his uniform is. He heavily inspires Fee with the way that she looks and stuff. As you can tell by the way that he looks, he has a very similar design of uniform. Here's a headshot of him. I'm still gonna be tweaking this, but he's pretty much gonna be described similar to this. But yeah, Hokane. I'm super excited to get to write about Hokane. I'm probably gonna write a few short stories about him because I just love this character. He is an absolute badass. So in the military, like the front line part of the Empire, it's extremely rare for any Necru to be in service for 30 years. The average lifespan or the average amount of time served on the front line for a Necru is pretty much 5 years. They don't tend to live very long on the front line. So Hokane served on the front line for 37 years. After 30 years, the Empire requests that the person who has served for 30 years return to their home or a designated planet to teach the next generation of Necru, because clearly they know something about surviving and killing lots of people. The whole saying about beware the old man in a profession where men usually die young. Yeah. But yeah, so they requested that Hokane retire and return to Necropole, which is where he was actually born, and teach there. And he refused. He said, "I'm not going to die from old age. I will die on the battlefield. I don't give a damn." And so then he served for another 7 years, and many times throughout that 7 years, he was asked to go back to retire, and he refused until he was out on a campaign, and they were ambushed by a bunch of creatures that they were hunting, and he almost died. He should have died, but he did not die. And that's when he realized, I suppose I'm meant to go back and teach, because I should not have survived that, so I guess I'm not destined to die on the battlefield. So he goes back to Necropole, and his first day of teaching was the day that Fee got shot in the head. That was his first day. But if you read the short story, you can see that Fee pretty much becomes enamored with him, because he's like just a badass. He has that aura of like being a badass. Or a monster. Yeah, I have one story in mind where they were having some trouble on this one planet on wiping them out. And the army was actually in a full retreat to regroup. and there was like this one spot that was essentially like a spearhead for the Legion. And so Cocaine was assigned with a like a platoon or something. I can't remember what the terminology is. But him and a few dozen other men were assigned to hold that line until reinforcements arrived. They fought for 7 weeks. Every single day. They killed so many and I keep saying cocaine. um but yeah, they killed so many. One, they ran out of their ammunition, so they started using the weapons of the enemy. And they killed so many that they started to build walls around their perimeter with the corpses. And by the time reinforcements showed up, which reinforcements showed up late, they weren't supposed to be waiting that long. It should have been like a couple weeks. But when they did show up, Cocaine told lowered CO2 emissions. When the officer showed up, they approached Cocaine, and Cocaine told him that, oh, it's about time you showed up. We were actually considering using the bodies to make buildings, and we were going to make a town center. Do you want to do your job now? So yeah, Cocaine got promoted. After that. And then Cocaine was also in a conflict where the commander pushed too far ahead and ended up getting the battalion completely surrounded by the enemy. And when the commander died, Cocaine, even though he was very much not a high enough rank at that point, he took command by example. He and a lot of his buddies just were like, okay, well, we're just gonna go back and we'll just cut through the enemy while we're doing it. And so then they managed to get back to the rest of the army, and they slaughtered a lot of the enemy. And considering that they were completely surrounded the entire time, it was very difficult. They did get some airdrop supplies and stuff. And the environment that they were in was like, it was negative 50 degrees during the day. I feel like I'm being read a bedtime story. Honk shoe, honk shoe. But yeah, those are some of the things with Cocaine that I'm super excited to write about. There's a scene with Fee because Cocaine becomes Fee's mentor. And the first day that Fee has his class, basically, which his class is basically boot camp. She missed out on 2 years of the classes that he was running. So,
What did you say? Jashain? Jashain? Jashain. Her skin is pretty much black with a green with a green shimmer. Jajas. Yeah. I didn't say anything about Jaja Binks. But yeah, so B was really had been fighting a lot with teachers that entire day because I kept on wanting to treat her special because she's an extra mortai, and she kept on demanding to not be treated special because that that was kind of a big deal in the novella. And so then but a lot of her peers hate her guts because they just think that she is just getting to do whatever she wants because she's an extra mortai. So B is basically putting all her ducks in the basket of Hokane because she's done some reading on Hokane, and Hokane does not take much shit, and he does push back on authority when he feels like he's in the right, and he does not treat a lot of authority with respect if he does not feel that they've earned that respect. So she's pretty hopeful that he will do that with her. She goes to the class, which is out in the middle of this huge open field area that's been turned into physical training course and stuff. And Hokane basically calls them like lower than shit. The term is Fudak. It's kind of like when a drill sergeant calls the privates or the recruits maggots. And like he starts off by saying, because this is now the third year of his courses, and so then he tells them that well, let me just read it because I kind of like this speech. Where is it at? Okay. So Hokane marches up to them. They're all at attention in a line. In formation. And he walks up and he says, "I see you Furaks managed to make it to the next step of your Forze careers." He says, his voice as strong as Finial remembers, able to carry itself so everyone can hear it clearly, yet he doesn't seem to be yelling. "While some would congratulate you on such an achievement, you will find no such praise from me. You have only taken one step. At your age, you should be proficient in stepping. Soldiers do not step. Soldiers march. You are not special for making it this far. Countless others have. Countless more will still. So get whatever idea of grandeur you have out of your thick skulls. You are still nothing. Until you step out onto your first battlefield and bathe in the blood of your enemy, you will always be nothing." You got that? I like that speech. I'm going to be working on it, but I like how that speech is right now. Oh. What stitches? But yeah, so then after he gives that speech,
He's like, now I've been informed that we have a special guest with us. Fudak Fanil, step forward. And so like she steps forward without hesitation and with pride. She had a feeling she was going to be singled out because, of course. But since Hokane has very little reverence for titles, she's not too concerned about it. She's hoping that this goes how she's wanting it to. And, so Hokane says, now today we are doing a review of everything that you all have learned and trained in up to this point. Fudak Fanil has graciously volunteered to show us. She has not done any of these. Any of the training that he has been doing with them. I love it! Ah! It's precious. I love it so much. Well, yeah, so, what Hokane ends up doing is he puts Fee through 2 years of training, like raw. No learning the steps or anything. Just forcing her to do all this stuff and just basically jumping down her throat at any slight error. And so then this ends up being, because these kind of classes can run between 2 hours to 10 hours, depending on how long the drill sergeant teacher wants to go. And so this ends up being 10 hours of Fee just non-stop doing training drills and stuff. And she gets through it. She was really hoping she could die because, but she managed to get through it. And I haven't written the whole process yet, but the next part I wrote was her at the end of all that, standing at attention. There's blood smeared like all over her face. It's coming from her nose and her mouth because she bashed her face into some equipment and broke her nose and busted a bunch of stuff in her mouth. And she's Coach, put me in. And she's trying so hard to just control her breathing, but she's so beyond exhausted. Her body just quakes in exhaustion. Her breath through her nose gives a soft whistle because there's just crusty blood all throughout her nose, her nasal cavity. She is completely dehydrated. The only kind of moisture she has in her mouth is the blood running from her gums. One eye is completely bloodshot, and it feels slightly swollen. Her uniform is tattered, stained, and just disheveled. She looks like trash. She can only assume that her feet are in agony and possibly bleeding, but she's not sure because they went numb hours ago. She has never known this kind of physical exhaustion before. And she's so tired and just so wants to stop that she honestly thinks she might be the first Extamorti to fall asleep. But then Hokane
marches up with the rest of the class as they just did a 5-mile sprint. And the class is struggling behind. And Hokane, a guy in his 60s, is just running as if like this is nothing. And then they get into formation. He marches up to Fee and just looks her in the eye without blinking for like a minute. And he's like just like an inch away from her face. And then eventually he steps away and tells Fee to get back to at ease and get back into formation. So she does, not with so much pep in her step as she did when she got out of formation. And she still stands there, and he gives another speech about how this year is going to be many times more difficult than the previous years were. And there's a good possibility that some of the students will die. And he does this speech, and then he dismisses them. Fee, finally relaxing, turns around, takes 3 steps, and collapses on the floor. And she can't move. She doesn't pass out because she can't. But she just lays there. And not her though. Yeah, she just lays there, and she had to be dragged out by her peers, and she got taken to the med bay, and she had to spend a couple days in med bay to recover from what she just went through. And she's like, I don't know if I can ever do that again. And that's like her first real encounter with Hokane. Doctor, 1 dose of attention, please. But yeah, so yeah, this installment is a real mood setter for the rest of Fee's relationship with society, essentially. Like, she's already had her confrontation with Jashane, where Jashane was like, you need to just do what I say you should do because I know better. And Fee's just like, nah. That's essentially how she is with it. And Jashane's not too pleased with that, because nobody says no to Jashane. Jashane is almost as old as the Empire as well. So she's like 9,000 and something years old. This is also when we are introduced to Mulk Holt, who ends up being like a very important person for Fee for a good while. He actually starts off hating Fee because he also thinks that Fee just gets what she wants because of her title. And he like works his ass off to be like to get the title that he ends up getting, which is an extremely rare one, because he ends up getting the title of Takashe, which essentially means master tactician, of which, so there's like, by the time Fee comes around, there's about, I think, 97 extamorti. And when Mulk becomes a Takashe, he is the 43rd in the entire history of the Empire. It is an extremely difficult title to gain. And
typically they end up getting into positions that's like far above Cormatais, which is what Fee ends up becoming. Because Cormatais are the ones that have command over legions. Typically, a Takeshi is someone who gets in a position where he commands multiple legions, basically. But because of politics and stuff, he ends up getting assigned to work as second in command to Fee. Not to benefit Fee. So he's not too happy with that. And then there's going to be some stuff where she's dealing with the public learning about her ideology, where she puts a bit more focus on life than just death. Where death is still an extremely important thing, but life is what makes the death important. So, yeah, if you read the novella, you'll get a better understanding on what I mean about that. So she's dealing with that. She's dealing with conflicts with the council, conflicts with school, and stuff. Conflicts with her second in command, and everything. And it's basically supposed to be a lead up to a few short stories and stuff that I'm gonna write about Fee being a Cormatai for her first like 20-30 years. And then after that 20-30 year period, that's when book 2 starts. And that's the one with the Dreamer, that big body horror creature thing that I did a pixel art piece of. That's called I Dream of More. And then that one leads into some short stories and stuff. The third book is actually going to be a prequel. Because it's going to be about a different character than Fee. It's going to be about Zital. And Zital is essentially, she's an extra-mortai who founds the first and only, essentially, like Gestapo, like secret police. Well, I guess that's not the right term. Inquisition would probably be a better term for that. Essentially, she creates an organization that is the police of the Empire. And more of like beyond just like the court martial stuff and all that stuff. It's like she goes through legions and high commands and stuff like that to make sure everything is running smoothly and there is not a hint of corruption anywhere. The book is going to be about what she does before she creates that organization, and she actually finds that there's a massive amount of corruption within a lot of very important positions in the Empire. So, but that's good. I'm writing that as the third book because that is going to be the foundation
of the first saga, which is going to be a huge deal. I'm calling it a saga because I don't know how many books are going to be written in it. But there's going to be a lot of stuff going on with that one. Because it's when Necropole goes through a civil war. Brain hurt. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, Necropole has a civil war, and that's what the saga is. And then after that saga is a new saga where Necropole goes up against a federation of thousands of other races that came together specifically to combat Necropole. And then during that, another saga happens. So I'm going to have two sagas going at the same time. But this third saga is going to be a recontextualizing and a complete like never before take place kind of things in Necropole history, and it's connected to the second book. So I'm really excited about that one as well. So yeah, I have a lot of stories and books and stuff planned out for Fee and all that stuff. Now, if I could just find a way to support myself financially, then I can work on them a lot more. But that's more of a dream than anything. But yeah, it is now getting late. This ink has been done, and I have saved it. Gonna post it on into the Discord. And yeah, also if you want to take a look at the other thing that I'm writing, it's in the Literatum channel. It's called Hoardings, and it's an analog horror story that I'm working on. Oh, I thought I saved that. Yeah, it's just a little segment of that. Copy there. Save. Alright. That is now on the Discord. Alright. Next week. Start up a new round. Tomorrow we have Harbor Masters, Captain Allison, which I'm kind of excited for because it's a sociopath. Because of course, it's from Harbor Master. Citro with Suzune, I think that's how it's pronounced. Flyercraft with Tagger. ATV 19 with 18. Ooze with Jeff. VR King 354 with Judgment. And Uwu Uwu Me Woo with Devin Jones. So that's exciting. But yeah, week 1 complete. Oh my god. So yeah, make sure to share about the Inca Day and all that. The more people that know about this, the more that they can know about how I'm going to be doing these for charity 3 times a year. Sure, yeah. And the more people that know about that, the better. So, with all that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow.